Made of plastic and elastic, he is rubber and long-lasting. Hello, hello, hello. Mm. Hello, Rengoku's wifey. How you doing? Or do I just call you wifey? Hi, Gino. Taiga, really? How do you think I know? Hi, Moxie, and hello, Crystal Quartz. How you doing? I was reading Yowie on TikTok. Hi, Vanyas. Thank you for getting second. Hello, Lullaby. Thanks for third. And Savvy, thank you for first. I didn't think so, but I'm still convincible. I'm proud of you for counting. I'll be back, chat. Mwah. Want, I want, one, uh, going, operated boy. I did not almost slip and die, chat. I did not almost slip and die, chat. You have no proof. You have no proof. Yeah, you have proof that I didn't do it. Actually, I want my soju, chat. I have 18 seconds, chat. Don't start without me. Chat, what did I say about starting without me? How dare you start without me? I wasn't even here. Wow. Rude. Really? Really, chat? I gave you one I said, hey, don't start without me. I need to be here for it to start. No, you started anyways. Why would you do this? Huh? How dare you? How dare you? Hello. Hello. Guess what? I can swap backgrounds, chat. Do you want to see some backgrounds that I have? I have a few little backgrounds. Okay. You ready? We've got this one. We've got... This one sucks. You ready? It's too bright. It only works if I have the dark on my face, but if I do this, it's too bright, so I have to do that. And then we have... Cyberpunk. The classic, the rainy bedroom background. We have the botanical background. And then one of my favorites, the coffee shop. Because now, chat, we can go on coffee dates. Chat, you want to go on a little coffee date with me? Here, chat, let's see. Let me go back a little bit. There we go. I lost stream. Hi. Oh, I'm so short. Why am I short now? Sorry, chat. I was trying to get at your height. I don't know. They might be. I found them online. If they are, I probably won't use it for long. I will one day get my own backgrounds, but they have some animation to it. See? It moves, which is fun. But they're free online, so, you know, you don't expect much from it. Sorry, chat. I got this. I'll get down. I'm getting down to about your size. Give me a second, chat. It's okay. Okay, chat. There we are. I got your height. Hi, Pink. Thank you for the raid. Hi, how you doing over there? Chat, how does it feel to, like, this is about your height level compared to, like, a normal environment, you know? It's kind of no. And then I know you have to like jump up. You go, okay. Hi. And Pink, guess what? You have the art tag. Thank you so much for the raid. Oh, sorry. Let me. I'm gonna. Let me run up a little bit real quick. We'll come up. I'll get closer. There we go. Here we go. Okay. Hi. Hello, lovely raiders. My name's LuckyJene. It's lovely to meet you all if you haven't met me yet. And if you have met me, you can meet me again. Oh, fine. I'll go back. Okay, I'll just, you know what? Oh, fuck. Where's the chair? The chair's here somewhere. Chat, don't worry about this. Give me I just gotta, okay, there it is. Got it. Perfect. So, hi. Hello, everybody. My name's LuckyJene. I'm a gambler, a writer, a flirt, and it's lovely to meet all of you. Wait, Gene, Pink, I won what? Oh, Pink won? Pink already has VIP. Doesn't Pink have VIP? Oh, no, I think that's why you need the art tag. And if I give you VIP, it takes the art tag. Damn it. Pink, I am just going to give you money. Congratulations on winning, Pink. But yes, hello. My name is LuckyJene. I've already introduced myself. What were you doing? What's up? What were you doing? What were you doing on your stream? Was it cool? Was it exciting? I'm gonna go take a look at what you're doing. Art. Ooh, what do you draw? Sonic? You were drawing Sonic? You were drawing Sonic? Chat, by the way, if you haven't followed Control Pink yet, go follow Control Pink. They were drawing Sonic. It's super cute. Oh my god, it's so cute. Ah! You did great. You did great. No. With the grippers? With grippers? Gasp. With grippers. That's crazy. Chat, something's been triggered. Something's been triggered. I don't know if you all remember this, but just for you, Pink, we're going to play a song, as well as everybody else who hates me. Oh, but please, just definitely post another Discord. I want to see it. You ready, Jen? You ready? You ready for this? Supersonic racing. Here you go, chat. There you go. A redeem. God damn it. All right, we're going to keep doing the voice like this. All right. I guess we actually need to pick the YCH, don't we? We got to pick the YCH people yet. I should have done that by now. It's the best, chat. It's the best. It's amazing. It's a lovely. I love the song so much. It's the best. Okay, I'll pick it this week. I'll pick it tomorrow. I'll pick it tomorrow. I'll pick it tomorrow, Pink. Promise. And I'll also post the mod applications. Supersonic racing. Start sex with my dad. Hey chat, should I do a cover of the song? Chat, should I do a cover? Chat, should I cover this? Chat, do you think I should maybe chat? Should I cover the? Should I maybe cover the? Should maybe? Hi, Kylist, how you doing? I would kill myself. Me too. One day. The days are counting down. Who would throw a second? Oh no, it'd just be me. It'd be me twice. But it would be me, but worse. I'll do it, but I'll like down pitch my voice or up pitch my voice. Music lover, do you like the song? Wait, we gotta go for the most important part. Yeah, here it is. You ready? Ready, music lover? This is the best part. do one part sober, one part drunk. Yes. Okay. And one last song, chat. This one's important. Remember, chat, if you watch me as a VTuber, and especially if you've subbed, you have signed up for No Nut November. Congratulations, everybody! You too have signed up for No... Every time somebody raids us, I am now telling them that they have signed up for No Nut November, chat. Every time somebody raids us and it's not ASMR, the bit is going to be that they have signed up for No Nut November. Every one of them. Oh no, you are. You're here. Sorry, you've been assigned. It's just so fucking cool that Freddie Dredd is on this. It's just so stupid. I love the song so much. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Subs are double signed up. Followers are just signed up instantly. And viewers, I at least have to make it through the first half. Yeah, oof, good luck. I mean, you're not allowed to fail, though, also, by the way. I'm going to be checking in with every single one of you every day of November. I hope you know that. I'm every November, every day, I'm checking in. I'm going to call you. I'm I'm going to weigh your balls. I'm DMing everybody. Tally! Tally, 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 Tally. Hello, Tally. Hello, Tally. How you doing? Mwah. How you doing, Tally? Can I have a free pair? No, only for your birthday. Only for your birthday. We're actually rescheduling your birthday. Hi, Tally. Thank you for following me when I was off stream. How you doing? Are you still making video game stuff? It's super fucking cool. Are you still doing video game stuff? Are you doing creative stuff? Mm-hmm. Hi, Zebra. How you doing? My best friends, we love jerking off. But it's... Okay, enjoy your rest. Thank you for coming by. Thank you for the raid. Mwah. Yes, Desi. You still know not? Sorry. And the women I'm not... Okay, thank you all for hanging out with me while we did that. What are we doing today, chat? Chat, do you know what we're doing today? If you can figure out what we're doing today, I'll do it. But if you cannot guess, we're not doing it. Oh, I'm sorry you have a boring adult job. Quit it. Quit your job. Quit your job. Quit your job right now. Quit your job now. Quit your job. 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 Stop having boring adult jobs. Can I have a free pass because I like your mom? But no, but your mom can. Give me your mom's number. I mean, what? Why was your great-grandmother? I'll quit your job when you quit yours first. Desi, you're not allowed to quit your job. Who's going to pay for my gambling habit? Okay, you know what? No, I need to talk about this real quick. I love this man's song because he's like, here's all this stuff that's really cool and like crime and like we're doing stuff, and also my barber, fucking sick. How good is your hair barber, your hairstylist person, for you to be like, everything else is going like lovely, here's all this crime, but also, dude, my hair, this guy, fucking amazing. If he had held up a business card, it would have been the only level like higher, just being like, hey, yo, check this out. I need more November 32. Damn, so that means you can't quit your job if you want me to keep giving you money. Can I make VTubing my job? Chat, can I, if I quit my job, do you think I can make it on VTubing? What do you think? You think I'll make it? You think I'll live more than a month, chat? Do you think I'll make it through a month? No, no, you're right. Not yet, at least. Gene, how was the... Oh, God, thank you, Savvy. Thank you. I did want to talk about that. You don't know how no, the way Iron Mouse did it was they had family that also supports them, and they had a system that was, very good for them. That would not like work for me. I don't have that. I have bills and I eat my own food, and yeah. Which, to be fair, they probably support their family now, but hey. Okay, chat, so we're entering dark mode so I can talk about my father. Are you ready? So I called my dad because, I love my family. I usually love my family. And we were talking about stuff, and one of the things that came up was like the Cracker Barrel logo for some reason. And my crippling feet cake addiction. I forgot the Southern voice. God damn it, Pinky. I'm so sorry, Pinky. Pinky, are you still here? I'm going to go back to the Southern voice. I promise. I'm so sorry, and this is ironic because we're talking about Cracker Barrel. So, Cracker Barrel logo. My father goes something along the lines of like, hey, did you see the Cracker Barrel logo? And I'm like, yeah, everybody hates it, like both sides of the political spectrum. And you could hear him pause there where he was like, well, I was going to say liberals, but you guys can say something else now. and so then he goes, yeah, but you know who does like it? This one professor of some economic bullshit. And he's all like, yeah, people are going to get used to the logo. Now, I think the new Cracker Barrel logo ain't nothing on it. Like it's just the name or whatever. I didn't see it. And everybody agrees. Like, why? Why would you do that? But he was trying to make some political thing about, like, you got to look back at your heritage and we can't let things go down the way and like, giving up. He's like, the guy's like, oh, why nobody has rocking chairs? Why would you have a rocking chair here? It's like, y'all know what Cracker Barrel is, right? It is like the white heritage museum, which is apparently Chinese knockoffs, cheap Chinese products sold to us in batches, and old candy that actually nobody ever consumed. But yeah, you don't take away patriotism in America from Cracker Barrel because it wouldn't exist anymore. It's like taking away milk from milk, and then you just have, you know what I mean? You just have. I guess you have an empty bottle. My leg arthritis is killing me. Why do so many of you have bad legs? Chat, y'all too young to be crippled. No, I'm sorry. That was mean. That was rude. So many people out there have disabilities and all sorts of other things, and I am very understanding of those, and I take it back. Please, I can't survive it if you were to clip this out of context and just post it everywhere. I love you all. Y'all amazing. I support you. And if I ever get to the point where I'm making billions of dollars, chat, everybody here is taken care of. I don't have money, so no, but does my crippling depression and low self-esteem count? Yeah. I love you all. What were we talking about, chat? I forgot. But I do want to talk about something that I hate. Have y'all seen the horribleness that's happening with like McDonald's and Burger King and everywhere else, where like they take these buildings that used to be super cool looking and like they have these big logos and stuff, and now it's just like, oh yeah, it's another square building with you have not seen McDonald's? No? I mean, ever? No, what do you mean? I'm still doing it. I got it. I'm still fine here. See, it's very easy. It's not very difficult, not very hard. But yeah, all of these buildings are they're awful. They make them look ugly because they think that is more stuff. And you know why it is? Because it's cheaper. What the fuck is a McDonald's? Vanya, what do you mean? What the fuck is a McDonald's? You wrote Big Mac, senpai. You are personally acquainted with McDonald. You have a deep, deep understanding of what McDonald be. Don't you be lying to chat. Don't you be lying. Who is John McDonald? You made me. It's fine. Don't matter. We're good. Yeah, I'm not. You don't put my. No. I ain't not Ronald. What do you mean, Ronald McDonald? Look at the hair. Ain't nothing like that. Ever I tell you all the time I dyed my hair like a clown on accident? I really didn't think it out too well. I made myself look like a clown. It was great. Uh, Vanya, you're just so good at rage baiting, okay? Oh, yeah, no. So here's what happened, chat. I had my hair bleached white and then dyed a coral pink, which was beautiful. It was really, really cute. I liked it. And then it faded. And it faded, and it faded, and it faded, and it faded to white. Like really, really like yellowish white. And it looked fine. And it fluffed out like hell. It was great. And I was like, you know what? I have this shampoo that's like a dye shampoo. And I'm like, oh, it's just going to give me a little bit of color, right? No, that thing dyed my hair bright red. I mean, I had a fluffy red cloud on my head for weeks, for months probably. And honestly, I kind of miss it. It was kind of fun because I'd floof out my hair. From discount swagger sauce to discount Ronald McDonald. Tally young blood, fight me! God, no, do you remember that? Do you remember when I used to sound like Swagger? Oh, God. And that was actually, I didn't know who Swagger was. I just did that voice because that was the voice you did in those things. I want to dye my hair. Floof. Mm-hmm. Come here, meet me behind Denny's. How much for me to dye my hair red? Chat, how much do I charge? All right, chat, I need you to guess what we're gonna do today. If you can guess what we're gonna do today, and if anybody remembers, then we're gonna do it. If you don't guess it, we're not gonna do it, and I'm just gonna keep just chatting until somebody remembers. God damn it, Vanya, stop guessing it so quickly. Yeah, but I have to host it, and I don't want to host things. I was hoping y'all forgot. No, Vanya, I'm very happy that you actually remembered, and I really appreciate that you of everybody got it that quickly, because it shows how much you care about me, and you mean the world to me, and you're great, and you're lovely, and I give up on talking, chat. I'm just not gonna talk anymore. It's fine. I don't need words. We're not talking anymore. It's fine. Why you fucking, why no, don't you, why? Because you're right, and I hate that you're right. You've all heard the turtle, right? Have you please, no, don't clip it. Not this fucking, I'm putting dice into my hard cider, and if I drink the dice, chat, and die, it is your fault. I can't fit it. It doesn't fit in there, chat. That's what she said. We're listening to some turtles make love real second. We'll see. Turtle. There it is, turtle mode. First thing shows up. God, that's scary. Praise Vanya. Vanya. Hello, Pomo. Don't stop it. Vanya, you are the world's greatest rage baiter. I hope you know that. You make my content so much better because of all the funny things you say. You drive chat in such a way that it would take me to physically have to pay somebody to do as much for the stream that you do. And I do pay you. So I guess that was just me just stating the obvious. You are a lovely artist. You are so much fun to do collab stuff with. I mean, when we get to talk about food for the Scrandle thing, I loved that so much. It was the fucking best. And we need to do more Scrandle. And I know I want to do a Scrandle tournament. I just gotta figure out when to do it. You are cute, you're attractive, you're sweet, you're caring, you're lovely, you're kind, you're not the most mentally stable, but you are still hot. But I care about you so very, very, very much. You are the best, Vanya. Mwah. Love you so much. I don't pay them to torment me. I pay them for being the head mod. Yes. Mm-hmm. What the fuck is Dracula Flow? Oh, no, Desi. Yes and no. When you pay me, I pay Vanya more. Because Vanya's writing it. So I pay Vanya more. I lost. You never turned Tangy on. But I have to do the thing. I don't know where the fuck the extensions went. Where did they put them this time? Just come on, the fucking. Where are they? There's the extensions. Okay. Oh, there's so many extensions. Oh, there's my extensions. Okay. Where's Tangia? There we go. We're gonna activate it and set it as component 2. Yeah, that's fine. That should work. Okay, I think it's there. And now we're gonna see if is it functioning. Oh, we need to actually move it up further so it can be seen and stuff. Yeah, it's gonna be up there now, and yeah, it should work. Okay, cool. Anyways, hi. Sorry, chat. I was just focusing on something. Hi, what's up? We Tangia has been activated. Apparently, I don't know if it actually is working. If it's not working, fight me. I don't. Oh, did I lose the panel? It's fucking. There's always so much shit. I just gotta. We're gonna set as panel 3. Yeah, that works too. Okay, it's set as panel 3. Yeah, I don't know what component and panels difference is, but maybe I'll just do component 2. Does it really matter? I don't fucking know what it does. It's fine. Okay, anyways. Hi. Sorry. What's up, chat? I got a message. Who was it? Who messaged me? Oh, it's Saura. Oh. They told me to end myself. Discord. Oh, yeah, there's a Discord. Check it out, chat. It does require ID verification. Anyways, what were we doing? All right. Fucking Jack in the Box. I'm gonna go through this shit again. I'm just gonna this real quick. I'm just gonna go through here. Just fucking change to Jack in the Box. And I'm just gonna Jackbox. Oh, what's this fucking say? Jackbox Buddy Box. Okay, we're gonna do that. Fine. It's already open. Okay, we're fine. It's fucking dick. Community wanting community nights or something, and I promised her, so I have to do it. But it's so much effort, and I just can't keep track of all this stuff. Oh, sorry, chat. Hi, sorry, I forgot you were here. What's up? Hi, lovelies. Did I did I leave the mic unmuted? I'm gonna jack. Fucking lady was told me that to be a better idea to see yesterday some community interaction stuff. Why can't people just give me money? It's just I just gotta do some stuff and whatever. I guess it's fine. No, I'm kidding. You know I love you all. I love you all so very, very. You'll pay me to stop? I'm on the. What do you mean I'm on the? Do y'all hear you? Hey, when it's mute, it's supposed to be a clear button, right? Not when it's supposed to be like lit up red, right? Or is it when it's not lit up red that it's muted? Oh. Guys, what? I'm right back. One second. Oh, God, I can't believe I just did that. Like, did I really leave that thing unmuted the entire time? God, they're probably so pissed off. But it's not like they're gonna actually do anything about it. Or what do you fucking? No, damn it. Hi, chat. Hi, lovely to see you. My name's LuckyJene. This is the first time we've ever met. I thought it was funny. If you don't think it's funny, Maybe joining the trout population. By the way, what do you think of the overlay, guys? Guys, do you like this overlay? I didn't make it. Do you know who did make it? Aura made it. Ooh, can we get a shout out for the lovely Aura? Ooh, it's like, look at this, like perfect with the gamble thing, but it's not too over the top. Like it has this like nice lighting thing. I did do one adjustment to it that it's affected by the lighting that is on my model as well. So that's why it's a bit darker than it was initially. Well, besides that, you know what's really fucking cool actually? No, here is the thing that's the coolest. Aura sent this to me. I'm just like, oh cool, like it's whatever sized and stuff. And I pull it in and I put it on my screen and I didn't have to move the game. Because Aura made the square based on whatever game I already had up last time I was playing. And you also put the chat box in a better space so that when I adjust it, it's the right like sizing of the chat box already. I just needed to move it into place. Aura put extra effort into it, and I'm very happy. And now I have a little place for my boy. There's my boy. How you doing, boy? I said, how are you doing? You okay? Chat, he has brain damage. It's okay. You don't have to worry about him. But yeah, he's fine. What do you mean he's not real? Savvy? What the fuck do you mean he's not? What do you mean, Savvy? Savvy, you trying to say something? Are you trying to say something about my boy? You calling him flat? You calling him two-dimensional? Are you saying what are you trying to say? Come on. Hey. He's real to me. He's real to me. That's all that matters. Why are you saying Eugene I made for his brain ash? What did you do? Anyways, Vanya, next question. Where were we? What were we doing? Game capture. Oh, yeah, let's do some trivia. We'll do some dumb trivia. Let's do some murder trivia. It's going to be all dark and spooky and guns, house, you name it. Are you ready, chat? Are you ready? You ready? Okay. 5, 4, 3, 2. Where's my phone? Oh, 1. All right, chat. There's the room code. Check in. How do I verify? Let me in. You gotta go to jackbox.tv. You gotta go to AHCM. Beep, 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 beep. Oh, Tally, just DM me. You're fine. I know you personally. I've known you for a long time. Wait, how do I start it? I know, Tally. Wait, how do I start it? No, anybody can join. I don't really care. Y'all join. Oh, there's a password? Why is there a password? Wait, chat. I need to figure this out. I don't fucking know the password. Gene, what's the password? Oh, there we go. All right, chat, you ready? PZJP. Wait, does it... Am I automatically in it? I should be in it, right? Oh, no. Okay, wait a second, chat. I need to join it first. Damn. Chat, I'm so good at this. You don't even know. You don't even know how good I am at this game, chat. I'm the best. Come. I'm trying, okay? All right, here we go. Jackbox. Okay. All right, chat. Are you ready? I typed the code wrong. I typed the code wrong. All right, you ready? 3, 2, 1. And remember, there's only 8 people can join, so get ready. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you for the flower. Boom, Addy. Boom, boom, boom. Amazing, amazing. And now everybody else can join the audience. Are we ready? Everybody's in.
Local residents familiar with the abandoned building's history
Are you ready?
as the Murder Hotel.
And we'll swap out people as we go on, okay, chat? Don't worry about it. It's fine. Trivia Murder Party 2.
This is your wake-up call.
We got this chat.
Welcome to Trivia Murder Party. Those free vacation coupons you received in the mail were a trick.
A trick.
Consequences. Only one of you will survive. And
Let's do it. Let's do it.
I'll survive as well. Humble brag. Okay. First question.
All right, there's only one person in the audience. I didn't give enough time for the audience.
Have a big old twist ending.
All right, chat. You ready? Okay, that one does. That one does. That one does.
I'm talking to you too, audience.
Oh, this one's easy, chat. Y'all better get this one right. If you don't get this one right, I'm coming to you and kissing you. That's right, chat. The Sixth Sense, The Prestige, The Shutter Island, or Alien?
Who got the question right?
Really, chat? Really?
Most of you.
Really?
Me.
Come on, chat. Really? What's the plot twist of Alien? The alien was somebody else the whole time?
Broken, sorry. It's the pegs game.
Chat, it's time to get pegged. I mean,
Drop down this board and try to avoid the death zones.
the plot twist of Alien is that the alien was actually a guy the whole time.
Else, choose a
Alright, let's see, what slot do we want to fit in? Don't quit, don't quit, don't quit! Alright, it's fine, chat, we got this.
Hurry along. If someone dies in your death zone, you get a prize.
Come on. You got this, chat, I believe in you.
Ugh, really? Fine. I'll murder up a few
Hi, Venus. Mwah.
Okay. Let the games begin. Pick a spot to drop from. I'm sure everything will work out for you.
Ooh, Allie.
Pick it for you.
Music, you gotta pick a spot. Music, pick a spot!
It's like you don't know if they're going right or left, but you know they're going down.
Oh.
For the death zone.
Oh, I'm sorry. Who's rack maxing?
We're not done with you yet. You're a ghost now.
Or,
You have options. Keep playing, and you just might steal someone else's life force and win the game.
Aw, I'm sorry.
By the way, the audience is a player now and can win the whole frickin' game. Hot tip, you can join the audience at any time.
Wait, chat, you can join the audience. Chat, you can join the audience. So if you're not playing right now and you do want to join, you can still join the audience and you can still win.
Justice?
All right, chat, what is it? Redwood, a tree, duckweed, algae, or bamboo? Chat, it's redwood. Chat, pick redwood. It's gotta be redwood, chat.
Time running out.
I am. Thank you, Aura.
You picked this. It's time.
Chat thinks I'm stupid. I'm secretly a genius. I'm gonna beat this, and you're all gonna be like, oh my god, how is Gene so smart?
Roll as much as you want to add to your score. I'll kill the player with the lowest score. But go over 21.
I'm Mabel. Thank you for the raid earlier.
And don't forget, if they roll a skull, that adds 1 to everyone's score.
Alright, chat roll, let's go, let's go, let's go. Roll it, roll it, roll it.
Jack, but hate using cards.
Maybe somebody took over for you. Don't go above 21, don't go above 21. Oh, hi. Greetings from Ukraine. Who speaks Russian and lives in America? Cool. Congratulations. If you all would still like to join the game, remember you can join by going to Jackbox TV and typing in the code EMIT, E-M-I-T. GG.
In what Old West town did the shootout at the OK Corral?
Oh, Echo. You're such a good girl. Such a good girl. Oh, we're doing Southern Voice. Got it. All right. OK Corral. I believe it was this one, but I'm not 100% certain, chat. Now we're about to see if this one's right. Oh, yeah, no, obviously this is right.
Almost out of time.
Chat, it's gotta be Deadwood, South Dakota. Gotta be up north.
Who picked this?
Woo! That's right, chat.
You who are still alive. Time for consequences.
Y'all get your consequences on now.
It's tattoo time. Give me a new tattoo by drawing on your device.
I wanna draw. That's not fair. Why are you giving me no. Oh, I wish I was losing. Yeah. Do you just say harder? No! Who?
I guess I had something else in mind, but I'm sure.
No. Just go to jackbox.tv.
Design.
You can go to Jackbox TV,
List votes will die.
and then type in EMIT for the code. Jackbox.tv. You drew me.
Vote already.
Who drew me? Yeah, you got to vote on it, Echo. Oh, not you, Echo.
What did we decide?
What?
Tie? Well, I guess it's up to me. Ugh, this ink has got to go. Time for a little pay back.
Y'all voted. Y'all voted on me. On me? On it labeled idiot? Really? That's insane, chat.
We're here. When one player is left alive, we'll go to the final round.
It's on the screen? Yeah. Oh, I'm blocking it. I'm sorry, chat. Give me a second.
Which of these pies
It's
does not
EMIT.
contain
EMIT.
brush?
Oh, shit. I'm guessing on this one, chat.
Time's almost up. Who picked this?
No! What the hell is a chess pie? What is a chess pie?
It's time for my favorite illusion.
Oh no, chat. Oh no, chat.
Pick a space in this box to hide yourself.
Alright, chat. I'm ready to hide myself.
Mission's assistant for this, but
I'm ready. Pecan pie without the pea? Really? That's kind of interesting. I might want to try that.
it's time for the volunteers.
I might try that.
I'm giving you a sword. On your device, choose a row or a column to run your sword through.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Or something.
I chose poorly, I chose poorly, I chose poorly, I chose poorly, I chose poorly.
Guys, I gave out more swords than this. Ugh, whatever. Mind freak. Ooh, ah.
How was I the only one hit? How was I the only one hit? How was I the only? I got hit twice.
Try another one. Which city is home to the most visited museum in the world?
Rip. Oh, most visited museum in the world. Oh, easy. There's no way it ain't this one.
Time's running out. Who picked?
There it is, the Louvre. Oh, come on.
Only a ghost got it wrong. Well, that's no fun.
Oh God, hey audience, how y'all doing?
I hope none of you are Jane Goodall. Which of these primates is a monkey?
Okay. I think I'm wrong, chat. Chat, if you get this one right, I will close my eyes for the next one.
Who picked this?
Yo, Gibbets, are you cheating, Gibbets?
Our math on. Do as much math as you can before time runs out.
Oh God.
The worst, you die. Let's go.
Who do you think's the worst, chat? Come on, Jack. Come on, another one. Get another one. Get some more math in there. Come on, get the math. You got the maths. You got the maths. Do the maths.
Going to encourage math fundamentals.
Another math. Give me another one. Come on, one more. Two more. Three more. Four. Good, you got a fourth one for me. A fifth. Six. Man, look at Zebra. Look at Zebra. Oh! Woo!
Looks like you were outmathed.
An echo could not math hard enough.
It would break my brother's heart to think I checked you into this hotel and then didn't murder you. So this one's for you, mother. Let's try another one.
Alright, what do we got, chat? Which of these?
Is the driest?
Oh God. This is gonna be the stupidest thing in the entire world, but I'm gonna try this one, and I think it can't be this one.
Time's almost up.
It is probably number 3. I'm guessing it's 3, but I put number 4.
Who picked this?
I got it right, but I wrote down the wrong one. What do you mean you're not alcoholic enough, on you? The killing room.
Congrats! All of you are entered in my scratch ticket giveaway.
Place your bets,
Scratch
chat.
$3 to live. If you keep scratching, I'll keep
Place your bets, chat.
for every $sign you find. But if you scratch off even one skull, you die.
Alright, here we go.
Scratch away.
What do you mean I'm on the card?
Come on, you could scratch more.
Oh no. Come on, Gibbets. Come on, Gibbets. You got this. Come on, Gibbets. Keep going.
The contest is
One more, Gibbets. You got this, Gibbets.
We know what a losing ticket means.
Good job, chat. Oh man, look how much money Gibbets has, though. Look how much money Gibbets has.
Let's keep moving. Which of the following Orphan Black characters is not played by Tatiana Maslany?
Do y'all remember Orphan Black? Do y'all remember Orphan Black? It was a sci-fi show where I think there was like 13 versions of her or something. That is an old sci-fi show now.
This.
Ain't nobody. Ain't nobody.
Everyone is wrong. Time for consequences.
Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the finest of them all?
The ghost of my Aunt Mildred loves to write words on mirrors. Pay attention to her unique handwriting. Now, Aunt Mildred is going to write a different word.
All right, chat.
So will everyone else.
All right.
Draw a word on the mirror, and maybe you'll trick someone into thinking it's Aunt Mildred's.
All right.
Go ahead and start writing. Pay attention to the words as they appear, and try to spot my auntie. So many convincing words to choose from. Now, type the word that Aunt Mildred wrote. Or
Who wrote that one? Who wrote that one? Man, I can't believe you wrote that. That one was... Who wrote that? That has so... Who?
Write word now, or you die. Would the real Aunt Mildred please stand up? Looks like there's no fooling you. Aren't you special? You know what that means.
You misspelled sandwich, Gibbets. Gibbets, you wrote the right word, but you misspelled it. No, Gibbet.
Only one of you is still alive. You know what that means. Congrats on making it your alive.
You just added an extra H. Here we go, chat.
I'm going to give you a category. Canadian national holidays.
All right.
Tap each answer that fits the category and then press submit. Let's see the right answers.
All right, all right. Let's do it. You ready?
One space for every correct answer.
We race in chat.
Closer to escaping. Oh wait, did you think it was going to be just you?
Oh, by the way, if you win, I'll gift you a sub. And if chat wins, if audience wins, I'll gift out 5 subs.
Here's everyone's next question.
Probably play more stuff like this.
To help them catch up to you. Time is almost up. Does the audience know they can play this part?
Audience, did you know you can play this part, by the way, audience?
Stage with panhandles.
Hey, Echo! Thank you for the raid. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Well, you just here a little while ago. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it.
Coexisted with dinosaurs.
All right, which one of these? This one. Where am I, chat? Oh no, wait, wait, wait. Is Vonnie gonna win this?
Don't look behind you. Are you afraid of the dark?
Thank you for the follow.
States of New England. Time is almost up.
What the hell does that even mean? States of New England.
Oh great, the darkness might eat my entire audience.
No audience, audience, you can make it.
Lost 5 stages of grief.
I think it's these two.
That ghost can smell your life force.
Audience, you got this. I believe in you.
Body systems.
Come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh, Vanya's so close. Vanya's so close.
You will be forgotten, whoever you were. Former British colonies. Time is almost up.
Oh, it's totally fine.
That one was too easy.
No, Vanya's too British for this one, chat.
A ghost stole your life force. Not so fast. You need a perfect answer for your final escape. And that includes the third answer choice now, too.
No! No! I'm proud of you, Gibbets. Amazing, Gibbets. Amazing, Gibbets. Gibbets, how do you feel? How do you feel? Do you feel like you've achieved something great here? Do you feel like you did a great job? Gibbets, remind me next month when your sub runs out and I'll gift you a brand new sub, alright? You did so good. Yeah, we're just gonna... Alright, we're gonna do one more of these, chat, and maybe we'll do something else. You did, you did. You did tell us that earlier. I'm very impressed, chat. You did amazing. Alright, give me a second, chat, while I get a new one going. Alright, chat. If you want to join, please go to jackbox.tv right now. Let me know when you're there. I'm about to open it up. Are you ready? It's gonna be 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the code is FNOX. FNOX. Hurry up and join up, chat. Oh, there's ads? Oh, no. We have one more spot, chat. We have one more spot. Boom! We got it. It filled up. Hi, Peachtastic. How you doing? All right, chat. You can join up in the audience if you'd like. We'll get this started in just a sec. We'll let the ad go through, and then we'll get going. All right. How you doing, Peachtastic? I see you. I see you snuck in there. I see you snuck in. What'd y'all eat today? I made myself a lovely pasta. Pasta had artichokes, had sun-dried tomato, had fennel, had chicken. Well, that I seasoned up very nicely. And it had a few other flavors of things in there as well, but I can't remember everything. You ate nothing? What do you mean you ate nothing? Oh, yeah, it's still in my fridge now. All right, chat, we ready? Oh, ad break ends in 54 seconds, 53 seconds. We're almost there, chat. 53 seconds, counting down. 48, 47. Why am I doing the voice still? 44, 43, 42, 41, 40, 39, 38. I can't count that much, chat. I am ready, boy. Oh, I feel you. Moxie, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope everything goes. Kiss for chat. Mwah. 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 Have you ever ridden one of those old wooden roller coasters that like shake like this? And so the whole time you're riding the roller coaster, you're trying to enjoy it, and you're going, and then it goes up a hill, and you just go. You know what I mean? It's awful. It's awful. And at the very end, you have a headache, and you're like, oh God. And so you're just like this. You're like this. You're like, I'm gonna show you, chat. Where am I? There it is. It's like this. It's like like that, you know? It's awful. It is so bad. I hate it. Ads over. Nice. 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 All right, chat. Here's my hands. You ready? 3. By the way, if you'd like to join, please go to jackbox.tv. The code's up the top. FNOX. Let's go. 3, 2, 1. Hi, Keely. How you doing?
Local residents familiar with the abandoned building's history.
We're gonna skip this, okay? You sobbed? Oh. Oh. I hope you enjoyed it at least. You didn't enjoy it. You cried. I'm sorry. Let's skip it. Let's do it, chat. Jackbox code FNOX.
This is your wake-up call. Prepare to die.
Prepare to die. Alrighty.
Welcome to Trivia Murder Party. You just checked in.
Aww, I'm sorry, Echo.
Only one of you will survive. It's been all over the news. I mean, there was a whole montage about it at the beginning, so I'm surprised you didn't see this.
I'm the little fishy now, chat.
First question. If I push you off the back of a boat to a watery grave, where were you last seen alive? Use your device to answer the question.
Shit. I think it's this. Chat, do you know boats? I don't know boats.
Time's running out.
I don't know boats, chat. Somebody tell me which one this is. What's the answer, chat? Quickly, somebody.
The answer is
Get wrecked, nerds! Get wrecked. Super smart. Me, biggest genius, biggest brain.
the rest of you. I want to show you something.
Hello, yes, we have the port, the starboard, and the ass of the boat.
101.
Who's gonna die? Shark in it.
I'm going to dictate a message to you. Write down as much of what I
Chat,
say
vote.
as you
Don't forget to vote. Chat, vote quickly.
The player who
Get
writes
money.
The fewest of my words will die.
Get ready for typing it, chat. Type it up.
And I'm starting it now. Dear Customer Service Department,
Okay.
I am extremely frustrated with the quality of the electric toothbrush I purchased through your website.
Uh-huh.
It cleans my teeth just fine, but it failed me when I tried to use it to remove an eyeball. No need for a response. I will find you if the product does not improve.
Valid crash out. Valid crash out. Honestly, valid crash out.
Now let me just see what we have here with a quick and here's how you did.
Shorking it!
You did real bad. I'd seem like a maniac if I sent this letter.
To remove an eyeball, I we. to remove an eyeball, I we. To
The end of your life isn't the end of your participation. Keep playing and you just might steal someone else's life force and win the game. Oh, also, there's an audience.
You can tell Aura wasn't paying attention. You can tell Aura was not paying attention.
You can join the audience whenever. It's like super low pressure.
I can tell Aura came in halfway through that and was like, oh fuck. Ah.
Musical features nicely Johnson.
Oh shit. I don't know, this would make sense. Nicely Johnson, you know, unlike mean Billy. Meanly Billy. Sorry, chat. I mispronounced his name.
Who picked this?
The what? I've never seen this. What do you mean 71% of the audience got this? Who's cheating?
Follow me.
Nobody got that.
Welcome to room 227. Let's see who has ESP. Type in an answer that fits this category.
All right, chat. We got this. Playable character in the first.
Answer two. And if
Okay.
anyone matches you, you die.
Fuck. I got this.
And I do mean anyone.
Shit. Come on. Okay, who put Link? Who put Pikachu? Who put Kirby?
One of you didn't answer. I can't have that in my game.
Wah.
Anyway, let's see what
He fucking blew him up! Ha! You had to write down one of the characters from the first Super Smash Bros.
Weird. This hotel looks exactly the same as when I was a kid. The wallpaper's the same. The lights haven't been replaced.
Yeah, I didn't put Pikachu. Enjoy your shower.
Let's keep moving. You know it's a real.
I was gonna put Pikachu and I was like Kirby and I was gonna like Link. I'm like, okay, those are the ones people are gonna pick. That's fine. And Shoe Fly Pie. Oh shoot, I know this. Oh fuck, where's my thing? Where's my thing?
Almost out of time. Who picked?
Yeah.
I want to show you something.
I want to show you something. All right, Carlos, come on.
It's time to bring out the chalices. I've
Do
given
it.
each safe player a poison pellet. Pick a chalice to drop your poison in.
All right, chat, pick a cup, pick a cup. I'm gonna pick the cup that makes the most sense. Vanya, you should pick the cup that you think is going to... well, you're not alive, this is Carlos.
Pick a chalice already.
Mm-hmm. Pick a cup, pick a cup, pick a cup.
Now it's your turn to play.
All right, Carlos. You know which cup you need to pick. Pick my cup.
Slurp, slurp. Now let's see what you drink. It's refreshing and toxic.
The audience killed you. You were poisoned by the audience. It's just me and you, Maple. Me and you, Maple. Let's get it.
We're here. When one player is left alive,
And don't forget, you can join the audience by going to jack.tv
question.
for Nox.
When you scare a ladybug, what does it do?
Do you, Maple? Pick it, Maple.
Who picked?
Woohoo!
Only a ghost got it. Lucky guesses.
I'll shoot my goo. Dude, not gonna lie.
What's the name of the ship that got stuck in the Suez Canal in 2021?
Shit. What? I don't know this one. I don't know this one.
Time's almost up. Who picked this? Time for consequences.
Okay, let's do it, Maple. Let's do it, Maple. Fuck, I'm Clive.
The spirit of giving.
All right, chat, let's do it.
$500. Give some of that money to your friend. The person who ends up with the most money will die. But there's a catch. If one of you ends up with $800 or more, I'll kill the other one instead. Begin.
Okay.
Let's see where all the money went.
I fucked myself, chat.
Say you can never be too rich.
Oh, I'm so stupid. I'm so stupid. Oh my god, I'm so dumb.
Only one of you is still alive. You know what that means.
I realized afterwards, and I'm like, right.
The one to escape. I'm going to give you a category. Andrew Lloyd Webber musicals. Tap each answer that fits the category. And
All
then
right.
press and let's see the right answers.
Screw the rook.
You move forward one space for each correct answer.
You ready, chat? You ready? Audience, are you ready, audience? You gotta do this together, audience. I believe in you.
Oh wait, did you think it was going to be just you? Aw, that's cute. If a ghost catches you, they'll steal your life force. Then they can try to escape and win the game. Here's everyone's next question. And they get a third chance to help them catch up to you. Time is almost up.
Let's do this, chat. But don't fail, chat. I believe in you. I believe in you, chat.
Renaissance artwork.
Oh shoot, I messed that one up.
Chronicles of Narnia books.
Woo woo.
A lot of lucky guesses.
Oh, here it comes, chat. Oh no, here it comes, chat. Here comes the void.
It's only darkness.
Crayola color crayons.
Time is almost up.
Oh shit.
The darkness approaches.
The darkness approaches.
Books over 1,000 pages.
What do you mean they're not over 1,000 pages?
This might be over soon. There's always room in the darkness. Butterfly life cycle stages.
Bye, Moxie. Have a good one. Mwah. Oh no, Calist!
New Testament books. Time is almost up. Yikes, there's a ghost right behind you.
I'm coming for you, Maple.
Crustaceans.
I'm coming for you, Maple. I'm on your tail, Mabel.
If you want to break through that barrier, you'll need a push.
God damn it, Collis.
And that includes the third answer choice now, too.
All right, here we go, chat, here we go.
You have to get all the right answers to escape.
Get wrecked, nerd. Woo woo! I'm the best! I know my virgins, chat. I know my virgins. I know my dateless losers. I know my dateless losers, chat. What do you mean it takes one to know one? What do you mean it takes one to know? Hey. What do you mean it? Just because I said I know my dateless losers, you say takes one to know. You say that to my face right now. You come here. Say it again. Say it again, chat. What are you trying to say? What are you trying to say about me? You think I can't find a date? You think I can't love somebody? It takes one to know one? You actually said dateless virgins? Where's the Where's the lie? Call me. Call you? Like right? Are you gonna say it to me and then hang up? Yeah, I wouldn't be upset if I wouldn't be upset if it wasn't right. You know what? No, I'm gonna call Vanya. I'm calling Vanya. I'm gonna call Vanya right now. We're gonna see what's gonna happen. Okay, chat? We're gonna see what this is. We're gonna see what Vanya wants. Uh-huh. Alright, give me a second while we call Vanya. There's that. Wait, when was the last time I talked to Vanya? Alright, Vanya. Okay. Okay. Vanya? Vanya, do you have something to say to me? Because if you are saying something to me, I can't hear you yet. You might be muted. Vanya just wanted to join call and sit here and just stare. Vanya hasn't said anything yet. Oh, well, chat can hear me. And I'm lighting up. Maybe you just don't want to hear me. Oh well, it's fine, it's fine. Yeah. Vanya, can you hear me now? Because I can't hear you. Oh, wait a second. You know what it is? You know what it is? Testing, 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 testing. Can you hear me now? I'm not the one who's bad at technology. My side is working. It's fine, it's fine. It's fine, it happens. Well, chat. I can't fix it. It's not on my end. What do you mean fix it? What do you mean fix it? I'm streaming right now. I'm not eating. Thank you for the hydrate. Mwah. I don't want to drink that. The game crashed. All right, chat. There are some other games that I want to see we might try out. Let's see. Ones that I can trust people not to fuck around with and make things awful. Chat? Chat, if we do Drawful, do you promise to behave yourselves? Why is there dirty Drawful? Okay. Oh, apparently I need to install it. 1 second, chat. Recall? Fine, I'll call you back. Jesus. Please don't draw boobas, ding-dongs, or racial slurs. I am saying this now because the second I see anything related to anything like that, I will immediately kick you out. That'll permanently ban. Can you hear me, Vanya? Vanya just hates me. Vanya, type if you can't hear me. Follow TOS, you know. Okay, Vanya, type if you can hear me. Hi, Vanya!
It fucking worked.
Hi.
The last time I would fucking talk to you would be 2 weeks.
Yeah, did you really plan that out? So what's up? What do you want? Lies. Absolute lies. Absolute lies. Why are you lying? Why do you lie? Keeper, DM me the request for the audio. By the way, Keeper, you already have one in stock. You have 2 audios. Wow. Rude. How dare you?
Just so you don't piss pass fucking wait. Just so you don't wait on stream, I'll date you later. Okay, fine.
Bye. No, we're still doing some Jackbox stuff. Okay, we're gonna do drawful. Wee. And I'm not doing a Gardic phone because there are too many like overlay shits where people can like do like just load up art and it annoys that out of me. Like if you're gonna do the art, do the art. And so if I'm gonna do drawful, if I'm gonna do Gardic phone, I will do it in call with people of the Discord for like specific situation. Anyways, we are installing. Did it install? Did drawful install? Can I play drawful now? Check. Can I play drawful? Can I play drawful? Can I play it? Can I play it? Can I play it? Are you gonna let me play it? Please? But yeah, drawful. Hi, Palmo. What's up, Palmo? By the way, hi. Say hi to Vanya for me. Oh, hey, Vanya, if you're here, Palmo said you smell. I don't know what you want to do about that. Yeah, it happened. I can't believe they would say redeem. Also, you stink. Palmo, sweetie. You are so very, very lovely. You're kind. You're adorable. You are so darling. I do truly appreciate you so very, 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 very much. You're cool. You're chill. You're vibe. And you're absolutely amazing. And you're a lovely member of this community. You're a fantastic ASM artist, a fantastic streamer, and just cool all around. Mwah. Appreciate you so much. I know the Discord explanation. This Discord is an 18+ Discord that requires age verification. Or the chat, it does require age verification. Connecting to Jackbox game service. All right, 1 second, chat. It's going to be jackbox.tv. Don't forget, jackbox.tv. Let me know when you all see it. And remember, it is first come, first serve. All right, chat, you ready? 5, 4, 3. There it is, chat. The code is SYDW. First come, first serve. Join up, chat. Venus, Zebrex, Filth. Jeans. All right, chat. Are you ready? Draw a picture of yourself. Okay, how am I going to draw myself? Vampire. Hi, Vampire. I'm too big. Wow, rude. Chat, I'm such an amazing artist. You don't even know how amazing of an artist I am, chat. Chat, you don't even know how good of an artist I am. I'm just the best artist when I'm drawing with my mouse. There we go, chat. Okay, you ready? Why am I over there? Why am I over there? Hi, Irene. How you doing? Blossom, don't forget to draw yours and submit it. Oh my God. Okay. Wow. I've been schooled so aggressively by everybody here. That ain't fair. Okay, well. Hi, Pack. How you doing?
It's drawful time.
Pack, I didn't notice you there. What's up, Pack?
I'm gonna get this thing started.
Hi, Night.
Okay.
Hi, Night Blossom.
To each of your devices. Something kinda hard to draw.
Okay.
Like Irish wristwatch or 11 benevolent elephants. Draw a picture on your device that would have that title. And hit send. You'll get points for each player that can correctly guess your title. So
Why? I don't understand. No one's gonna guess this. What is fucking, I don't know. Huh?
if you're still watching, wishing you could somehow play along,
What is this title?
join the audience by going to jackbox.tv and entering this room code.
Apparently. Don't run out of chat. Don't run out of time, chat. Hi, Yuki. How you doing? Boom, 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 boom. Dude. What the hell, Ed? Remember to submit your art. Don't forget to not submit your art. Who's ever orange, you gotta submit your art. I believe in you. You got this. Who is orange?
Okay, let's take a look at your artwork.
All right, chat. Chat. Okay, what is this?
Now, use this to determine whatever the heck the prompt of this drawing could be.
The prompt is so fucking stupid. Chat, you're not gonna get this one, unfortunately.
Hurry up, people! Just type something in.
Oh, did they? How'd that go?
Here are your choices. Which of these titles do you think really inspired this drawing?
Chat, you're not gonna get this one.
And here are your picks.
Aww. Did you enjoy your... Wait, y'all gave me points. Thank you, chat! I didn't realize that Venus was in this, and so it said a drawing by Venus, and I'm like, what the fuck is that supposed to mean? And the only thing I could think of is, well, Saturn's a planet, I'll draw a planet.
And now, another drawing. Type in a convincing title now.
Okay. So, oh. All right, we're gonna see this one. It's the piss tank, chat. Everybody, it's Newgrounds. It's the Newgrounds logo. Oh, welcome back for not sleeping.
Oh. Here are your choices.
I don't know, chat. What do you think this one could be? If this could be anything in the world, what do you think it could be? I think they changed mine. They changed mine.
Oh, pick an answer.
They didn't like mine. They changed my one that I put in.
Okay, who picked what?
I put in. Never mind. They didn't change mine. I just couldn't vote for mine. Never mind. Never mind, chat. What? Wait, it wasn't a tank? It was a tank that shoots sauce? Really? I wrote Jeep. I wrote Jeep. It was a sauce tank.
Up next.
I got this, chat. This one is my win. Piss tank for real, for real. It was piss tank for real, for real.
Okay, here are your choices.
Who eating lunch? Popcorn reading. The last page of a great book. Blue Man book. Reading Cyclops. 50 Shades of Grey. Reading with a laugh. Damn it.
Tap any button. And here are your picks.
All right, what do we get? What do we get? What do we get? Haha! Get wrecked both. This has got to be it, right? How dare you, filth! Why do you think that? Why is? Wow. Wow. Shorking it.
Enter your titles now.
I got this one, chat. This one's got to be believable, chat. Get them dino nuggies. Get them dino nuggies.
Come on, typing time is almost up.
Favorite mod from a sus tentacle guy. A sus tentacle guy? A sus tentacle guy? Who's that, Night Blossom? Okay, who put a question mark? Who put a question mark? I don't know who that is. Hey, Chikako.
Pick something.
Son too loud, for real, for real. Hagako. Now you gotta make me look this guy up.
Let's see what people picked.
Oh, him. Get wrecked, 50% of the audience. Get wrecked, audience. Blossom's the reason he hasn't been banned? Oh, really? Blossom, make me famous. I'm just kidding. Oh, by the way, chat, we are doing mod applications starting Monday. Monday, the mod applications are being posted. If you'd like to apply to be a mod, please, please, please hit me up. Blossom, do the thing. Blossom, do the thing.
Your choices.
Oh, you know what it is? It's definitely... I'm doing number one because it seems stupid. Do the thing, Blossom. Blossom, do the thing. 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 Blossom. Do the thing, Blossom. Blossom, do the thing, Blossom. Come on, Blossom. Just fucking do the fucking thing, Blossom. Do the fucking. Damn it. Get wrecked, nerds! What does that even mean? What does 200% buckwheat mean? Cause I'm a genius, chat. Biggest brain. Hey, Blossom, do the thing. Blossom, do the thing.
All right, let's do another one.
Blossom, hi, Retro Cozy. How you doing? Mwah. I have to make kissy sound because you called me cute, and I'm legally required to kiss anybody who calls me cute, chat. I signed a contract with Twitch, and they're like... Proud of your world. Damn it. Wow. Vonnie, you don't call me cute. Come here, zebra. Mwah.
Oh, come on, pick one.
Fight the storm. Wait. Oh my god. Oh my god. What?
Let's see what people picked.
How dare you, Blossom? Mwah. Till as old as time. Song as old as rhyme. Beauty and the Beast. All right, Chad. Magic beam cannon, go. I'm in second place, chat. You do get a crisp. Actually, I can't do a thumbs up, but you get a cool head nod. So it's a guy. This is Bakugo. This is Bakugo from the hit series My Hero Academia, And he's throwing it back, chat.
Okay, who picked what?
Spitting facts. Oh, spitting facts was good. Bubblegum. That's okay. That one was a good one. I like that one. Fucking nerds. I can't believe it. What we throw against the wall even mean? People have been gotten by once mentioning me twice now. I'm number 2, Chad. I'm number 2. By the way, if you'd like to join, please type in SYDW to join.
Drawing.
Well, eight rounds. Why am I too long? Collis, just tell me. Collis, lovely, lovely. You are so, so lovely, lovely, and kind, and sweet, and adorable, and very, very, very cute. And you are such a lovely addition to this community. You're cool, you're fun, you have cool things, and I just really, really like having you here, because you have such amazing energy. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for being so incredible, and mwah, appreciate you. Appreciate you, appreciate you. Mwah. Mwah. Mwah.
And here are your picks.
Bye, Moss. Come on, we got this. Come on, come on. Somebody guess mine. Damn it, nobody got mine. I got it! Woo! All right, chat. Who's the winner? Who's the winner? Who's the winner? Who's the winner? No! No, I can't believe it. Aura won. I can't believe it. Ah! How dare you win? How dare you win? Congratulations! Clapping my cheeks. Anyways, good job. I'm proud of you all. You all did amazing. Y'all did fantastic. This is a lot of fun. I wish there was more drawing for this. So you know what we're going to do next, chat? We're going to play a different drawing game. I lost by one. I lost by one. It doesn't count. It doesn't count. It doesn't count. Okay? Okay. Yay, more drawing. We're going to do more drawing this time. So we're going to do only drawing ones. Even the scale skew, there's a player created character for everyone. Usual top heavy favorites are pitted against underdogs. Or we can do TKO. I think TKO has a lot of drawing. Chat though. Chat. Same rule as before. You know the rule. TKO. As the Dino Nuggies. Chat. No giblets. No giblets. Because this will be the only time we do any draw stuff if it goes wrong even once. I don't hate you. I don't hate you. Anybody can join. Anybody can join. Are you ready, chat? Are you ready, chat? In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Jackbox. So wait, first you have to go to jackbox.tv. You ready? Jackbox.tv. If you're on Jackbox TV, and I'm about to post the code in 5, 4, 3, 2. The code is LHXN. LHXN. We have 2 slots left, 2 slots left. And they're all full up. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Oh, fun. All right, chat. We will be opening up. I mean, it's first come, first serve. Of course, of course, of course. And we are going to go. You ready? Set.
Welcome to TKO. I am the tournament master, and I'm finally pulling the trigger on my first tattoo. It's the Japanese characters for Survivor right on the inside of my thigh.
Oh my god.
I brought you here to T-Shirt Island to face
T-Shirt Island.
lives, helping me choose a picture for my online dating profile. But first, let's do this tournament. The road to greatness begins here.
You can tell me.
Training grounds. You will use your device to draw 3 drawings. You may draw whatever you wish. And if you wishes to know what to draw, hit the
Got it.
suggestion button. Begin your first drawing now.
Okay. Gonna draw something. I'm gonna draw the best thing, chat. I got this, I got this, I got this. Where's the pencils? Where's the pencils, chat? I lost the pencils. Help! Okay. I got this. Okay. Alright. Alright. Oh no, I hit the wrong button. I don't know if I can write this, chat. I'm gonna try, but... I got it, chat. I got it, chat.
Time is about to expire. You may want to finish up.
Damn it!
Decent enough, but a bit traditional. This time try changing your shirt color with the little tabs at the bottom. Begin your second drawings.
Okay. So draw on your device. We're just drawing. We're just drawing. Wait, what? Oh, I'm ignoring that. Okay. We're drawing. I'm ready. Wait, did I mess up? I don't know if I messed up, chat. I might have fucked up, chat. It's fine, chat. It's fine, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, chat. It's fine.
One drawing to go. Let your freak flag fly, man.
All right. Wait, what do you mean one more drawing to go? Oh, there's a new drawing. Okay, we're doing a new drawing, chat. New drawing. All right. All right, do another drawing. Boop. Boop. All right. I got it, chat. I got this one. Don't clean his place. Clean my place. Oh, no cause. I did it, chat. I did it. I did it. Oh no.
That timer's not for decoration. Finish quickly.
I messed up the second drawing because it just showed me the same drawing again. I'm like, am I just submitting this again? Like, what the fuck?
Good.
Mine are the best though, chat. Mine are the best.
For your last exercise, you will write as many slogans or phrases as you can. Something really clever or really dumb. I'm sure anything you write will be one of those. And don't forget that suggestion button if you're stumped.
All right, chat. Write your slogans. You ready? Write your slogans, chat. Amazing.
You didn't give up after one, did you? Keep writing.
I got this.
Only seconds
Perfect.
remain.
I got this, chat. I got this. I got him. I nailed this.
This is gonna be good. Training complete. Take a look at your device. The fates have blessed you with a series of
Oh, I like this one. Okay, wait. Choose the drawing.
to create your t-shirt champion. I don't want to
Okay.
pressure you, but a lot is riding on this.
Got it. I'm winning this one. I'm winning this one. Kiss for chat. Mwah. Big kiss. Mwah.
Well done.
Whoever drew this is the best.
Let the tournament begin. Gauntlet 1.
Fuck ass dog. Cake too thick. Cake too thick. Cake too thick. Hey, so, why are you both drawing tanks? Oh, there we go.
Soon. Well,
Oh shit.
I like this one.
Hey. Fuck ass dog versus always jork it. Always jork it. Oh, I love this. I love this.
A new challenger appears.
Spread. No! No! Banned. 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 Oh yeah, you can absolutely ignore the suggestion for the drawing. You just draw. You only click suggestions if you want them. Oh god.
I won't cut it. The defender wins.
Gilricht. Mwah. Oh, hi, Savvy Addy. Addy, I'll praise you after this, okay? Mwah.
Versus
What if I... Woof. What if I woof woof? I kind of like that. What if I woof woof? Oh, y'all didn't know you could draw anything? We're gonna do this one again. We're definitely gonna do this game again, because I like this a lot.
versus
Road work ahead. I sure hope it does. Defending it. Where's mine?
versus
What the fuck is flip my bip chip? Oh,
a new challenger appears.
it's true. It's true. You know, I think my favorite shirts are the shirts of people wearing shirts. Ducks ain't real and neither am I. It's true, it's true, it's true.
Winners. I think we could all use a training break.
All right, lovely, 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 lovely.
Use your device.
Savvy, you are so incredible. I appreciate you so very, very much. You are kind, sweet, and a lovely member of this community. I care about you so very, very much, and I'm so happy that you're here. Thank you. Thank you for being as amazing as you are, and for just being cool, you know? You're doing great. You're doing so amazing, and you're going to keep doing amazing. Draw whatever you want, chat, okay? Mwah. Mwah. Have fun, River. Boom, boom, boom. Bam, 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 bam. Boom, boom, boom.
Time goes short. Hurry up and finish already.
Oh my god, chat, hurry up and finish. Come on, you can finish. I believe in you. Don't forget to submit. Don't forget to submit. If you haven't submitted yet, don't forget to submit.
Writing time.
Damn. Clever.
That timer's not for decoration. Finish quickly.
I got this. Mwah. All right. How did Reaper go, Moreau? Did you have fun?
The cruel winds of chance have switched around your drawings and slowly...
Oh, that's kind of cool. I don't know what that one is, but it's cool. We got this, chat. We got this. You're doing great. You're doing so good. Show me the best arts. I kind of want to get these shirts when they're done, because some of them are really good, actually. Did you not submit yours? Night Blossom, did you not submit? Get the always jorking it. Always jorking it. Maybe. You hit the submit button at the bottom right. The shirts are like $30 each. Fair enough. I could always recreate some of them. Your friend died. Oh no. All right, what is it? Gruen. Sharking it always. I don't know. I like the word gruen. Welcome back. Dunk Maxim, sharking it always. I just choose the best words, chat. That's fair. All you really need to survive in repo is a gun. I get that. Alright. How dare you? Hubba hubba me likey. Well, I like the fucking drawing though. What is this? Funny words do make me happy. Silly words equal good. Is that a penguin? Is that a penguin with a harpoon? Yes it is. Sharking it. No, who's it gonna be? Who's it gonna be? Where the fucking bug eyes? The eyes! The eyes! Man's just staring. He just be staring. He ain't be looking in the void. We be doobie poo. We be doobie poo. What the fuck? Vanya! Thank you for the sub. Thank you. I appreciate it.
A new challenger appears.
What if I was a pretzel? Chat. I have something to admit to after this. When it comes to the end, I have to admit something. Oh, savvy Addy. Mwah. The Chunk Man. The Chunk Man. That is the Chunk Man. Tell me about a savvy Addy.
Winners.
I've been drawing all of the fuck-ass goblins. I just like drawing fuck-ass goblins.
With the toughest shirts from the previous rounds go toe-to-toe. Prepare to vote.
All I've been drawing is fuck-ass goblins. And half of the slogans that are really fucking stupid, like random fucking words, are me. I'm sorry, but we gotta always jork it. Savvy. 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 I still like flip my bib chip though. By the way, his shirt says Thuggin', but I couldn't write it. Hi, Allie. How you doing? I also wrote flip my bip chip. I also wrote the Chunk Man. So no matter what, chat, even if my shirt didn't win, my art won and my slogan won.
Well, but the one true winner has emerged.
Yeah. I believe in you. You got this. Best rider slogan used on 7 shirts. Best artist drawing used on 3 shirts. Good job, Blossom. I'm proud of you. Fastest artist finished a drawing in 6 seconds. Blossom tried to explain that entering the term had been an accident. Blossom had thought the entry form was for a raffle for a free car wash, regardless the mayor gave Blossom the key to the city and made every 3rd Wednesday of November Blossom Day. Blossom remains frustrated. Most prolific, submitted 16 total drawings. Champion. Good job, Blossom. Proud of you. Yeah, you messed up. Did you submit like an empty shirt? Ah. Woo! So you need that shirt? So if you'd like to click or buy any of those shirts, I'm going to copy and paste the link. I'm not saying you should, but there's the link to see all the shirts. If anybody buys the Spreading Hole shirt, I don't know what I'd do. Or if anybody makes this shirt, like IRL, would be fucking insane. All right, Desi. Oh, Desi. 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 Lovely, lovely Desi. Do you know how incredible you are? How sweet, how kind. With such a lovely voice. You are such an incredible, lovely person. And you are doing just fantastic. I really do appreciate you. And all that you do. and all that you bring to this stream. And I know you're gonna have such success with your streaming. All you gotta do is keep going, and eventually you'll make it, okay? I can't wait to see all that you do, my lovely, lovely Desi. Thank you so much for the ream. Bam. You can by always dorking it. Can I say though, the Chunkman shirt was probably like the best art. Is my favorite art out of all of them. I just dig it a lot because he just looks so cool. Hoobie doobie poo. All right, chat. You got the most ignored one? Which one was you? Penguin one was pretty good. The penguin one was pretty good. I did like the penguin one, but my favorite was Chunkman. The Chunkman. There is no way you bought that shirt. There is no way you bought that shirt. You know, one day I'm going to do an IRL meetup, right? One day I'm going to do an IRL meetup. All right, chat. All right, chat. We're going to do one more of these. We're going to do new players. Remember, chat, it is first come, first serve. Okay, okay. So, of course, I'm going to join first. Give me a second here. Jackbox.tv. Remember, you have to go to Jackbox.tv for this. You're totally fine. You're totally fine. Ready, chat? All right. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. WDUL. WDUL. Damn, y'all fast. WDUL. WDUL. Who the fuck is Ellie? We have one more slot. We have one more slot open. We'll close it in. There we go. There we go. We got them all. We got them all. Let's go. Thank you, Zebra. I appreciate you very much. Are you ready? You ready? You ready? Actually, well, Echo said they're gonna try a snack. You know what? We're gonna take a minute. Everybody, grab a snack real quick. Grab a snack real quick. We'll take 3 minutes. Okay? Let's do this 3 minutes real quick. Don't go anywhere. 3 minutes. Vanya, literally send it to me. Send it to me, bud. So I don't have any snacks, chat. I don't have any. Chat, I don't have any. I didn't. What? What snacks? Huh? I don't have any snacks. I wasn't chewing on snacks while I was muted. I was totally not chewing on snacks while I was muted. What do you, no, you did. You did not hear me. Okay, chat. I don't have snacks. Do you want? I have a bag of pasta. You know the chicken pasta that I have? So I don't own Tupperware or plastic containers. It was... So I just have Ziploc bags that I use for food storage. Please, English. Thank you. Huh? Yeah. I just have like a big bag of pasta, you know, it's fine. I don't need Tupperware. I can just throw like the Ziploc bag out after I'm done with it. What if I call my right hand a fork? Does it count? So I have a $100 couch. I have drawers. I have a bed. I do have a bed, chat, with a bed frame and a headboard. I have a knife. I have plates. I broke my favorite cup. The glass is still broken in my bathroom. I haven't cleaned it up yet. It's fine. I'll clean it up today. But yeah. No, I'm busy. I'll clean it later. It's been there for like a week. It's fine. The broken glass is in my bathroom. It's fine. It's only where I'm like the most naked. Anyways, chat, you ready? Let's do the game. Woo! You ready? Chat, I'm doing amazing, chat. I'm doing amazing.
Welcome to TKO. I am the tournament master, and I am not the devil.
I will clean this entire place once we hit 2,000 followers. If we hit 2,000 followers, I'll clean my entire apartment and I'll prove it.
But don't forget to do a little shopping, too.
Make it 3,000. 3,000 followers or 500 subs, and I'll clean my entire apartment and I'll prove it.
Let's draw, shall we? Begin.
It looks like every other apartment. It's fine. All right, chat. We're drawing. Let's go. How are you gonna do that, Savvy? Do you know what's funny? So many people have said they want to come clean my apartment, which is really adorable and sweet, and I think it's funny how much y'all care about it. Don't forget to hit the submit, chat. Don't forget to hit submit. You have 20 seconds left. If you're not done with your drawing, please hit submit. You have 20 seconds left. 17 seconds left. We want to make sure you hit submit so it actually posts. All right, good night, Zebra. 2 of you left. 1 person has only 7 seconds. 7 seconds. If you haven't submitted yet, please hit submit at the bottom. There we go.
Excellent. This time, show me something different. Remember to use the suggestion button if you need an idea.
You do not need to use suggestion, by the way. Remember, you don't need to use suggestion. Here we go. Okay. There we go.
Time is about to expire. You may want to finish up.
Yay! Yeah, exactly.
Excellent. Now really get nuts.
No, it didn't let me submit! It didn't let me submit! Chat, I forgot to hit submit! I forgot to hit submit, chat. Fuck. Fine, I'm gonna submit this one. Damn it. Remember, make sure you hit submit when you're done. Make sure you hit submit when you're done with it. Hit submit in the bottom right corner, chat. Draw a new one and hit submit in the bottom right corner. You want me to send you pictures of my horrible apartment right now? I'm kidding, I'm not gonna do that. Echo Infernal and Dwark. Remember to hit the checkbox at the bottom right. You have some more drawing to do. Don't forget to hit the check mark at the bottom right.
By the way, if this is a little too much drawing for you, you may want to try the quick training mode in the game settings.
Draw a picture, draw whatever you want, and you hit the check mark in the bottom right. I noticed. 26 seconds. 26 seconds left. 22 seconds, Allie. You have 22 seconds left, Allie, to submit. There we go.
Yes, I think we can work with these.
I don't hate you.
And now, we write.
I can't wait to do our next one. Right stuff.
I'm looking for like 3 or 4 from each of you. Does that seem doable? Just give it a shot. That timer's not for decoration. Finish quickly.
We got it.
Nice hustle. Let's find out if it was worth it.
Mm-hmm.
got something you can work with, rate your shirt.
Wait. I don't even know if shirt's gonna be good. I don't even know if shirt's gonna be good, but I like this one. This one's too perfect, chat. This one's too perfect. If you don't vote this one, you're literally hate me. You hate me. You hate me, chat. If you don't choose mine, you hate me. You hate me so much. You want to kill me. You wish I wasn't real. You think I smell bad. So you better pick mine, chat. You better pick mine.
Lovely. Brace yourselves. Let the tournament begin.
Yeah, you're about to if you don't pick mine. If you don't pick mine. Jeans wear what? Jean wears femboy socks. Silly maxing. Oh my god.
Enter your votes on your devices.
That is the head of a Jean. Oh my god, here we go. Welcome back, Catalyst. Woo! Dwork. Alright. Here we go.
A new challenger appears.
Gilbert. Okay, it's consistent. That's right, nerds. Pick my shirt.
A new challenger appears.
I didn't even look at any of the other drawings. What the fuck? What the fuck is that? Hey! What did I just? No. I just said if you don't pick my shirt, I'm smelly. You hate me and you want me dead. And then the next fucking shirt is me smelly, stinky, and you fuck you.
The tie goes to the defender.
Ha ha! I knew it.
Versus
Oh! The Blumpus Stump. Chat, how blump is your dump? You got the Blumpus Dump, chat? Ooh, the audience was the tiebreaker. So fucking blump, so blumpin'.
versus
Me plus you equals Dumb and Dumber. Chat, I'm exclusively drawing fuck-ass goblins. I hope you know that. If I ever sign autographs, it's gonna be exclusively fuck-ass goblins. Why did you all vote for the fuck-ass goblins? It's gonna be my signature now. It's gonna be fuck-ass goblins. I am not a fuck-ass goblin. What? Hey. You know why? Why are these homies dissing my girl? Why are these homies dissing my girl? Chat, I'm gonna get really good at drawing exclusively fuck-ass goblins.
versus
Oh my god, what? I hate this, but I have to vote for it. What the f- Who's a good boy? Chat, if we hit partner within the year, we're not going to, but if we do, I will make that official merch. I will get official merch designed by the person who designed that with that fucking slogan.
winners. Oh, I need a breather. Let's take a training break.
Official merch. All right, chat. We got a new drawing.
And as many new slogans as you wish. Really put your back into it. Go.
All right, you ready? You ready? Get your shit ready.
That timer's not for decoration. Finish quickly.
There we go.
Write something.
Okay, here we go.
Time is about to expire. You may want to finish up.
All right.
Dream up something special.
I hate this. I hate this one. I hate this one. I hate this one.
Gauntlet 2.
All right, chat. What is that? I'm starving. Oh, I see what it was. What it was. Amazing. Oh no! What the fuck?
A new challenger appears. Fight.
That was so fucking intense. I'm Starving should win this one 100%. No, but I'm Starving is so good. Look at it. Look at it. Not my, not my fuck ass goblin. You bone to the wait, is that a face? Oh god. Ah, audience got it. He looks old and wise. Dwook. All right. What is this one? What's this one? What's this one? Oops. Runt of the bitter. What the fuck? Why is it? What the? What the fuck is this? No, the fatality. All right, what's the next one? Rock hard. Oh. Oh my. Yo yeah. Aruga. I don't know what that is. I am so confused by what that is. It looks interesting though. It's an explosion? Huh. Rock hard.
Oh, a new challenger appears.
Who drew my fucking goblin? What the fuck? What the fuck? What do you mean mutual buster? Where's my goblin? Hey! Hey! I'm not a fucking goblin. Stolen valor for real, for real. No! What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck, chat? What the fuck?
The gauntlet is here, and only the best shirts from the previous round.
Goblins on top for real. Okay. Here we go. You ready, chat? Gilbert versus Can I has bite. You know which one you gotta vote for, chat. You know which one you gotta vote for. Goblin. Y'all wanna watch Goblin Slayer sometime? Can we watch Goblin Slayer? Yeah, Goblin Slayer bit should be fine. Goblin Slayer Bridge should be fine, yeah. Nah, Goblin Slayer Bridge though. Oh fuck! Oh god damn it! I have, you know, I have to vote for this one. Oh no. Yeah. Yeah. Fucking. Who drew it? Who drew it? No! Please vote properly for this one, chat. You know which one you need to vote for. Don't you dare give the stolen valor. That's right, chat. That's right. Both are good, but that one's stolen valor.
That was so exciting. I've got to take a nap.
Stolen valor refers to people who are wearing military uniforms when they're not military, because they're faking being military. All right, chat, here is the shirt link. Best writer. So the idea is because it's my goblin thing, somebody's doing the goblin. You know, it's doing it for me. God, I like that my goblin wearing just jean pants and holding two guns actually won something. What are you meowing for? What, Vanya? Why do you just meow sometimes? Why do you just meow sometimes? I did. Do you like my t-shirt? I did like your t-shirt. I did like your t-shirt. I did like the I'm starving. No, don't stop typing. I'm just saying, like, why do you meow sometimes? You just meow sometimes. It's fine. I'm just curious. They're the one I'm so fucking sad and it's me stinky though. So mean to me. Why are you just meowing? Why are you all just meowing sometimes? What is this? All right, chat. Well, you know what we gotta do. All right, chat. So I'm gonna play y'all my favorite song ever. Okay, you ready? You're just gonna. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. By the way, this is Jschlatt. They made Jschlatt Weezer. Woof 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 woof. You ready, chat? You ready, chat? Chat, we're gonna watch a video together. We're watching a video together, chat. We're gonna watch Jschlatt, and we need more people. We need more people so that we can do this. You ready, chat? Stop yelling! What the fuck? What do you want me to look at my OBS for? What am I looking at my OBS for? Anyways. Stop fucking, stop it! Stop fucking meowing! I see all the fucking cats! I see them all. I see all the fucking, stop, I'm gonna, what am I fucking doing? What is wrong with me? What? You know what? I'm just. We're done. We're done. No. No. Done. Ah. Fucking dog. Anyways, chat. And we're gonna. It has to be all capitals, by the way. All right, chat. We need more viewers so that we can do something like this. Okay. We need to have like so many fans. Like I said, I need to start making YouTube videos. But do y'all want to see if we can like achieve something like this? You want to see if we can be Jschlatt? All right, chat. Here we go. You ready? Here we go, chat. We're gonna watch this video together. You and I together, at last, together forever. I will be the Jschlatt. I'm a slutty. Wait, what the fuck am I? Never mind. I take it back, chat. Okay, you ready? We're gonna watch the J-Man. 5, 4, 3, 2. I lied. Anyways. Okay, chat. Is it too loud or too quiet? You said volume. Volume means literally nothing. Volume could mean anything. What do you mean volume? Okay. Volume, like I'm supposed to decipher what the There we go. Wait, where the fuck is you? Where'd y'all get the fucking... Where's the alien? Where's the alien from? What the fuck? What the fuck? What is that? Did he just kill that thing? Look at that little guy. Chat, why don't none of you live in a boat? Chat, why do none of you live in a boat, chat? Chat, why do none of you live in... Stop blowing him up! Chat, why don't you live in a little boat? Why don't you live in a boat? Why are none of my chatters living in a boat? Do any of you live somewhere cool? Or is it all just apartments and bedrooms? Huh? Why don't you live in a boat? I get seasick? Okay, I'll go steal my stepdad's boat. I got you. Exactly. He was on Deadliest Catch. You know, fair. Okay, but like, so do you live in a mountain? Oh, wait, listen. What? I was gonna skip his sponsorship, but he said it's sponsored. Huh? Oh, right, he's sponsored by Gamers. Actually, I like Gamer Subs. Wait, you live in a desert? Wait, so if you were to send me... Okay, chat. I know he does promote himself. You know what, chat? We're gonna have two things. I want to see... We're gonna wait. Well, if I ever hit partner, chat, we're gonna do this. If I ever hit partner, we're doing this thing. Because if we have like 70 people... Or yeah, submit room. I'd only submit room pics anonymously. That's totally fine. I'll make an anonymous video, whatever. It doesn't matter. Okay. I do. Give me some snacks. You stupid German accent. Yes, I will steal the shot sign. Ha! He stole it! Chat, all signs are free, by the way. All signs are free. Stop signs are free. Any sign is free. Okay. What is this? Interesting. Chat, did I just get also cursed? Did we just get cursed? Did I just get cursed from a Jschlatt video? Dude, fuck. Sorry, chat. Have a nice demon. Hey, chat, it's my room. It's Asmongold. It's Asmongold's room. Is that an air mattress? This is the most, like, generic room. Oh, wait, that's kind of fucking sick. That's actually really fucking sick. Wait a second. Is that, fuck, wait, no, we're going back, We need to pause this. We need to pause it. He's in a student room, because they have, like, no space. Wait for it. Hey, yo, it's fucking Dexter's lab! Why the fuck is Dexter on here? Is he making drugs? Is he making drugs? What was that actually meth? Oh, okay. It's drugs. Was that Nile Red? Yeah, you joined meth. We're watching meth. That's actually kind of sick. What the fuck kind of modern ass bullshit is this? Wait, no, she's just in this. Okay, I thought it was like a modernist bullshit, you know, like a fancy apartment with super expensive. No, she's just fucking in an abandoned factory. She's just in an abandoned factory. She's just snuck in there. For free? Oh. J.K. Rowling. That's fine. That's healthy. That's good. It's fine. It's okay. Just... This is sad. Oh no. I mean, it is if I sleep. That's a kennel. That is a dog bed. That is a dog bed. It's... I'm sorry. I read Jean's rune, and my brain was like, "Oh, that's kind of funny joke. That's a funny joke." And then I hear my brain catches up to what was just said. Did you hear what he just said? You heard what he said, right? Right? No. If Jschlatt is big guy, can I be big red? Chat, can I be big red? He's still working on it. No. Can I be small red? Can I? No. Cliff, you're free. Oh, I want. Oh. I want a cool name. Why? Thank you. Thank you. At least one of you gives me a cool name. Big Jschlatt. Big Slut. It's just Big Slut. Jeans mini red. We're pausing during ads, chat. It's very important you watch somebody else's content with me. This is very important to me, chat. We're watching Jschlatt. You know what? Fuck it. We're changing the stream title to watching Jschlatt. Chat, everybody's gonna sit here. Look at the poop toilet. Chat, do you see the poop toilet? Gene is a fuck ass god. We stash this. He's a poop toilet. I know, it's very gross. He's just pointing at it. And Jschlatt in the corner looks very disappointed in the situation. Do you think he's okay? He looks a little not happy, but you know, I'm sure it's fine. His mustache is very nicely cut, isn't it? Do you think he cuts his mustache daily, or do you think like he does this like a once a week thing? I don't know. Probably at least like maybe every other day, maybe 2 days. I guess he doesn't need to be presentable at all times and have this iconic look, so he probably trims his facial hair regularly. Yeah. So I'm just trying to fill the space while we wait for the ads to get through. Do you see the fucking poop toilet though? Okay, here we're just gonna go back a little bit. We're just scroll forward. There. Do you want to see an amazing mustache? I do want to see an amazing mustache. Chat, we still have 1 minute of ads. I'm gonna sing a song for you. This is the song that never ends, and it goes on, my friends. Some people started singing it not knowing what it was, and they'll keep on singing it forever just because this is a song that never ends, and it goes on, my friends. Some people started singing it not knowing what it was, and they'll keep on singing it forever just because this is a song that never ends, and it goes on, my friends. Some people started singing it not knowing what it was, and they'll keep on singing it forever just because this is a song that never ends, and it goes on, my friends. Some people started singing it not knowing what it was, and they'll keep on singing it forever just because this is a song that never ends, and it goes on, my friends. Some people started singing it not knowing what it was, and they'll keep on singing it forever just because this is the song that never ends, and it goes on, my friends. Okay, we have 2 more seconds there. We're back. All right, let's go. Peridot. Peridot. That's it. People stop breaking into places. Chat, if you do this, don't you dare. You have to. My Jesus. Wait, it's the other angle. Oh my god, oh my god, it's the other angle. That was kind of clever. That was kind of clever. That was clever. Oh. No, what do you mean gene neutering stream? Mm-hmm. Look at his fuck ass face. Why did they put human teeth in it? Why did they put human teeth in the fucking... Why? No, I'm glad he paused too. I don't either. Oh God. Yeah. There's... There... No. Can we... Oh God, this is the fucking word. I hate this, chat. I hate this so much. Take it out of the box. Oh God. Come on. They're so fucking ass stupid fucking... I hate them. I hate Funkos. I hate you too. I do. Some of your figures. I don't... Okay, you know what? I don't understand the point of collecting Funkos because, like, there's a bunch of really cool, really fucking cool figures, and maybe it's just like the urge to collect something, and maybe it's some autistic thing where you just like the repeated design over and over and over and over and over again. But like, come on, it's so nothing. It's nothing. There's nothing to it. It's just nothing. It's the exact same shape, slightly printed different. I mean, like. Yeah, it's funny. You can send me your... I'd love to see yours. Labubu? Fucking... I don't know. Labubu. Labubu. Fucking pop-up parade female... I don't like those words. None of those words seem positive. None of those words seem positive. Pop-up parade female... Bleth. Oh, fucking sick. Okay. Fuck yeah. No, we fucks with this. We fucks with this hard. That's fucking cool. Yeah, I fucks with that. I fucks with that hard. Okay. Secret tunnel. Mm-hmm. Sure. This is the face of a man who's like, I grew out my facial hair to kill my fucking to cause my own twink death. You cute little white boy. We got the computer. What? What the fuck? Who is this? Who is this? Who the fuck is this man? Who the fuck is this man? Rich dad, poor dad. I am so fucking confused. What the fuck? This is fucking insane. Why do I not have an arch enemy, chat? I want an arch enemy. I need an arch enemy and an enemy that I don't even care about. Where do I get a man like this? I need this. I do. Who is it? Who's my arch enemy? Sword art. actually, sword art. Fucking sword art. Fuck ass. You want to be it? You don't get it. You don't get to choose to be my enemy. You have to prove to be my enemy. Okay. You have to prove to me that you can be my enemy. So you have to actively do it. You don't just get to say it. Prove it. Fucking show it to me. You're all my enemies. I will be the enemy. I just hate that. What the fuck? Imagine Imagine you're dying, you're bleeding out, you're panicked, and you're feeling cold. And what do they put on you? The Jschlatt. The Jschlatt. The only thing worse would be fucking my face on it. Mm-mm. You think he needs to poop? I want Jean's blanket. Wait, made Jean blanket? All right, chat. Question. Would you want a blanket with made me on it? Would you legitimately want a blanket, a Jean blanket, but like a blanket that is Jean? LuckyJene. I don't actually ever see like blanket merch. And I feel like a blanket would be really easy to do and could be done really well, very easily. It would not be expensive. And everybody does a fucking body pillow, but like you don't have to. I mean, we'll do a body pillow anyways, but like, okay. Okay, you know what? Fuck it, we're writing it down. You sent me a video of you beat. What? What'd you do? What'd you fucking do? What is this? Can I show this? Can I show this? I need confirmation I can show this. What happened to my screen share, chat? What happened to my screen share? All right, here we go. You ready? You ready, chat? What the fuck? What are you doing? Don't W Big Mac. What the fuck do you mean W Big Macs? Wait, is this your room? Why do you have a whiteboard? Why do you have a whiteboard if you're not going to use it? Also, what is all of this? Why is the foam on the couch? It's just these foams are not doing anything for you. Is this like a? There's no bed. Wait. There's no bed. There's no bed. Where do you sleep? Where do you sleep? You sleep on the couch? With all the stuff on it? That's insane. That is what this can't be. This cannot be where you're staying. This is like an office space or something. It goes on the floor at night. I don't believe this. I don't believe this. I believe. Yeah. Well, there's a lot of dice on my bed. There's a lot of dice on my bed. So but there we go. Okay. Amazing. What drip noise? What drip noise? What drip noise? What drip noise? Do we hear drips? We're just gonna listen to you saying, oh, what? I'm very fucking paranoid now. You heard a drip noise from my room? Thank you. Okay. We're going back to Jschlatt. I don't know why it's fucking broken. Fuck. Chad, do y'all sleep with weird shit? Oh, right. Sorry, I gotta write down that we need to do. Okay, so merch ideas. We need a body pillow, right? Okay, body pillow, knife, just blanket, shirts, enamel pin, obviously desk mat. You all need a desk mat with my face on it so you can spill shit on me. Plushie. We need a plushie. Oh, Skylar. Skylar. You're such a good girl. Such a good girl. So plushie. We do need a plushie. Anything else that you all want? Can you do microphone merch? What would microphone merch be? Like like a microphone cover? Or I do have an enamel pin. I have an enamel pin. What would because that actually sounds interesting. What would microphone merch be? Toy? Dog toy? A dog toy? Okay, deck of cards would be sick, actually. Fuck it, mic cover. Oh. If I can get sponsored by a mic company, would be great, yeah. We do want to get sponsored by Jschlatt subs, but I think they're closed right now, at least according to Sword Art Online Reabridged. They claim that the G-Subs is not taking new partners right now, unfortunately, which is funny. Can you believe that Sword Art has a fucking Gamer Subs sponsorship and I don't? I know they're a significantly larger streamer than I am, but like, how fucking dare they? How dare they come in here? Keychain? Keychain would be sick. Phone case. Keychain. Phone case. I want to get sponsored by something food. Snacks. Oh, yeah, no, Sword Art is a real person. Sorry, their name is actually Saura. Leash. Oh, we want to do custom collar. Custom collar. Leash. Fucking, God, you motherfuckers. Stickers? Definitely stickers. Stickers would be sick. But yeah, no, Sword Art. Or, sorry, Saura. Can we do a little shout out for Saura? Saora. Has a merch drop coming, by the way, and is sponsored by fucking G-Subs. And you know what else they are? In my DMs telling me to die. Like, how fucking dare they? How fucking rude? How mean? Vanya. They got upset at me because I didn't censor the word job. I understand why you all got along with them. They're just you, chat. They are just you. Actually, LuckyJene earphones would be really fucking sick. What? No. Everybody wants me to die, apparently, but you won't guarantee a sponsorship. I have done stuff with HSR and other games, like Moondrop. Okay, Moondrop. No. Okay, chat, we're watching more. Thank you for the merch ideas. Oh, fuck. Let me save this document before I just close my PC again, not taking notes. Have I told you all about my D&D campaign recently? Like, how sick it's been? Do you want to hear about it tomorrow morning? Like, we can just do, like, I can just do an AM SMR stream, and, it's difficult to say what my friend does. She sells seashells by the seashore. Maybe tomorrow we'll do an ASMR thing, and I'll just blab about D&D. No, but more D&D stuff happened. It's, okay, so chat, did I tell you about the vampire that I spawned out of nowhere, chat? That I was just like, you know what would be funny? If this character was actually a vampire. Like halfway through the thought of like, oh yeah, it's an unlabeled bottle. Why is it an unlabeled bottle? Because it has blood in it. And then one of my players goes like, oh, like, what do you mean there's different levels of congealed blood in these bottles? Like, because blood congeals pretty quickly. And I'm like, right, it does. Magic bottles. Fuck yeah, I win. Also, you know, I have meetings with a person who does all my projects and stuff. Like, I have a person who I'm working with to, like, plan out projects and things and help me get sponsors. They scheduled a meeting for me, And I'm like, oh, cool. Meeting scheduled. Great. Yeah, this day sounds perfect. Let's do it. I went back and looked at the meeting. Do you want to know when the meeting is, chat? The meeting that I have with them? 9/11. Did he, what? What's up, Grandma Beater? Oh my god, their toe sucks. All right, Savvy, I didn't realize that you're talking about the guy in the video, and I looked around. I'm like, how do I have a camera on? How did you see all the fucking laundry around my chair? Like, what do you mean pick up your laundry? I'm like, oh fuck, okay. It's there was a brief moment being like, oh yeah, I'll pick up my laundry. How does Addie know where my laundry is? And I got very, very scared. That's your fish tank? This is Vanya, chat. All right, chat, everybody has to clean out all the trash from the room. All the cans and bottles and plates have to be removed from your room tonight and tomorrow. Mm-hmm. Today and tomorrow. Nope. Today and tomorrow. Yeah. I'll take care of all the trash in my room today and tomorrow. That is actually sick. Do you think he just lives like that? Are we ever gonna do a dating advice stream? You know what? Fuck it. Yeah. Hey Vanya, do you think you can make me a form that is just an anonymous ask dating questions form? So like ask Gene how to date, and then people can submit their dating questions or everything, and then I will answer all of the questions in one stream while getting significantly more drunk every single time somebody says something. I go, and then I'll take a shot. That sounds like a great idea. Yeah. Bet. Okay. And I'm going to make a video. It's going to be like, so I hear you all are virgin losers. Well, guess what, chat? I want to make that not happen. Send all of your fuck-ass questions to me or post it in the comments below, and I will answer them. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Chat, I've dated like over 30 or 40 people. I can get people. I just dating is easy, chat. Having a consistent long-term relationship is hard. That's not a thing most men have on their wall. Looks like an original print. Why does he say it like a fucking collector? I quit counting after a certain point. Mm. What? Is okay. Oh, that's literally Epstein Island. That is actually Epstein's Island. Schlingo? My dad works at Star Wars. What the fuck? What the fuck? Why would you have this? Why would you have this? It's not even like a nice monitor. It's just like that lowers Okay, okay. Wait, wait. He said there's a secret room chat. He said there's a secret room chat. Oh, I'm so excited. Banjo! What are you, Kazooie? There's the Lego. This. Jschlatt just went, no. That's a train foe. Typical man sphere. Does Jschlatt realize how autistic he is? Actually, what is this room? I take it back. It's more train. Wow. There's no bed. Yeah, of course. Chat, don't you know? No. Does he have Jschlatt socks? Hmm. Hmm. Oh, that's kind of sick. Oh, this is kind of. Okay. mm. Mm. Track him, chat. Track him down. Hunt him. Hunt him like prey, chat. Bring me his pants. I mean, what? Never. That's. How many of you have cables like this? How many of you have cables like this? How many of you have cables like this? If you have we're just gonna scroll back here. We're just gonna. What else is? How many of you have? Wait. That's what the high school you went to. There's his name, Connor Isaac something. I believe in you, chat. You can find it. Yeah, there you go. You got it. Anyways. So chat. Tonight, I need to see all of your cable management. All of you send me your... It better be nice. It better be clean, chat. It better be stylized. It better be, like, perfect. This... What? This feels weird. Is this a video game? This is a video game. This is a video game. This isn't real. This isn't... What do you mean we're back? This... I am honestly uncomfortable. This feels... Yeah. It's the weird camera. It's... Wait. What? 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 This is so... This is... so uncomfortable. Keep on Jschlatting, chat. Keep on Jschlatting. I love Jschlatting. Why are these becoming nightmares? I Jschlatt every night with my peanut together. Thank you for the lurk. That's kind of sick, actually. Wait, what the fuck are we doing, chat? It's been 30 minutes. We've just been watching Jschlatt. I'm sorry, chat. Is we good? Do we just end stream here? It's been a half an hour of just watching Jschlatt and pausing it and talking and watching. You don't want to watch more Jschlatt, chat. You don't want to watch us more. No. What is there? There's like 3 people here, right? There's 3 people here watching me and Jschlatt, right? There's only 3 of you right now. And it's here. Oh, it's me. Hi, me. 3 equals 10. Yeah, exactly, chat. Oh, wait, how the fuck do I get to my channel? Creator dashboard. What the fuck? Why is there 20? Y'all are just fuck. Are you? It's me, chat. Hello, me. Do you like the streamception? Do you want? You sure? You sure? Yeah. Fucking okay. All right. What? What? Who? I like it. Uh-huh. We'll finish this video, chat. We'll finish this video. I actually technically should be doing laundry. Do not amputate your leg. Oh yeah, we got TTS redeem. I don't know if it works. Oh, actually, 1 second, chat. 1 second. Don't test it yet. Don't test it. Not yet. Motherfucker. It does work. Also, we need to shrink that. We're gonna put that down here. All right, there we go. Fuck ass, motherfucking. Anyways, it did work. It worked. Did you hear it? Wait, did you not hear it? You don't hear it? Damn it. I can hear it, but you can't hear it. All right, give me a second, chat. Give me a second. No, I heard he held me is dissing my girl. What the fuck? he's dissing my girl. Yeah. Yeah. Huh. Man. Anyways, you ready? Oh, I said it doesn't work, but you know. Oh, we can refund. Can you refund? Or we'll refund later, but you'll get the money back.
Hi chat, I hope you all are slatting it RN, but don't let Larry slat it with his pen or cause Yenna will get mad at us. Oh.
How loud was that, chat? Was that loud? That looked loud. That looked loud. That looked loud. I didn't. I just look over and I see it hitting red, and I'm like, oh fuck. Oh, you didn't understand it? Okay, chat, we're gonna try some voices. Give me a second. Okay. Where'd it go? I'm gonna hide my screen for a second, chat. Don't worry about it. I do think it's funny that I just have one tab that says tits. Okay, we're just gonna go to, okay, TTS, stream, sounds, or something like that. I don't know what the fuck it's called. There it is, TTS, sounds, accept and close. Oh, how it's going. Yep, I just have one tab that says tits. But why can't I? What is going on? Dashboard? Dashboard, okay. Oh, here we go. Okay, so yeah, the voice is a bit hard to understand. The voice is a little hard to understand. I'll grant you that. Okay. You go to Hindi. Okay, we're gonna go to my alerts. We're gonna go to channel points. Where is it? Come on. Text to speech. Okay. Why are you fucking working? Just fucking. What does I need you to fucking work? Why are you fucking? Okay, we're just gonna screens, tab launch, phone settings. What the fuck is this thing? Go to global alert settings API? I don't fucking know. Guys, text to speech. There it is. Okay, I found it. Customize voiceover. Cool. Okay, we're just gonna. Where the fuck did the settings go? What the fuck do you? Why are you making this so difficult? Why are you making this so difficult? I just want it to work this one time. Come on, just let me click on it. Why won't you let me click on it? Do I need to fucking work? We're just gonna make a new one. It's fine. We don't gotta worry about it. It's fine. We're just gonna make a new one. Okay, let me adjust. Why can't I adjust the settings, chat? Why can't I adjust the settings? Oh, fucking open it. No, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. It doesn't never fucking. Okay, fucking fine. Okay. No, I'm just gonna delete that one. We're just gonna do for now. It's fine. It's fine. What? Sorry, chat. Sorry. I got. Haha. Nothing's. It's fine. Nothing's happening right now, chat. We're going. No. Nothing happened. Okay. I thought you were doing a thing, and. Oh, okay. Okay, I can figure this out. The button's over here. It's just on the right side. Just fucking okay. It's fine. I mean, it would be kind of funny if it was in Spanish, but like I wouldn't understand that. Nobody. If we did in Danish. If only Chat could hear all these noises that I'm listening to right now, because it's just so fucking goofy. Can't believe people think Danish is a real language. It's just definitely not. We made it British. Emma? You know, I think that was Polish. Polish, what a fucking fake ass language. Yeah, Polish isn't real. I can't believe Chat thinks Polish is real. Who would ever think something like that? Anyways, we're just gonna go here and go to the British English. Do you think Amy? I don't like Amy. Yeah, I'll do Amy. Amy's nice. Anyways, all right, I'm just gonna unmute real quick. Fuck, I didn't realize I was unmuted the entire time. Okay, shit. What are we gonna do this time? We're just gonna pretend it didn't happen? Or we're gonna... Alright. So we're just gonna go back to the scene and make sure that everything's fine. Okay.
Chat, I think Gene has been schlatting it a little too hard. Robin Beebit played text-to-speech 2 for 1,000 channel points.
Oh, hi! Hi, chat. That's not the right voice. I could have sworn I just changed the voice. Is it? Okay, well, you know. I'll give up. Anyways. Oh, sorry. Yeah, okay, we're good. It's fine.
Chat. NGH. Chat. I'm gonna york it. Oh god, here it comes. Uck fine. I am spreading my whole uck fine. Violet Loon _ played text-to-speech for 1,000 channel points.
Well, the voice changed.
Genes. Oranix_0 played text-to-speech 2 for 1,000 channel points.
Okay, I fixed it, chat. I fixed it. It should go away soon. Anyways.
Yena 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 na yena 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 na yena 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 let me be a enemy PLSU. Robin the Bat played text to speech for 1000 channel points.
What the fuck? Huh?
I hope you fall into a hole and you're unable to crawl back out, so you stay in your pit of despair with your own dog boy stink, you fucking mutt. Violet Loon _ played text to speech for 1000 channel points.
Can I make it not read off who did it? Because that's so stupid. Did you know that they also did this thing? Anyways, alright, let's see if we can, oh, fuck, I just gotta start messing with these settings again, God. Oh, why would I need any of this? You're just fucking, this is so stupid. Why would this even be a thing in any of them?
Bread, or an X_0 played text to speech for 1000 channel points.
Okay, I'm just gonna remove this. Save, there you go, that should work. Okay. Anyways, we're just gonna go there. Anyway, okay. Oh, right. Anyways, we're back. It should be fixed. Draco Malfoy. Hi, Draco Malfoy. What's up, swag boy? How you doing? Mwah. I haven't mumbled once, chat. I've not mumbled once this entire... Why is there two of me? I have not mumbled once this entire stream, chat. You can't prove...
We can be bees, chat lizard. Fish, nothing beats a Jet 2 holiday. Robin the Bat played text to speech for 1000 channel points.
Oh, God. I need to figure out how to fix it so it doesn't say the stupid thing afterwards. Unless maybe it's just broken forever now. It's so broken. Why is it always so broken? Global order settings are just gonna...
Clifford the fuck has goblin mumbling in the corner like a little piss baby. Gibbets played text to speech for 1000 channel points.
I can't believe you. I can't believe you, chat. I'm not a piss baby. I am not a piss baby. What do you mean? I know, it's just the fucking settings for this thing. It doesn't really matter. You can see this. Is it settings? Okay, how do I fucking... No, it's here, but this is like the customization for the text thing, and that's why we did the voice. But like, where's the stupid chat message? See? See the voice? I'm gonna do the fucking British voice. We're gonna just British English. We're gonna do Emma. There you go.
I'm going to explode if you don't fucking shower. God, I can fucking smell you all the way over here in fuck house Asia, you dirt man boy. Sniffer, Jesus Christ. Yena, is this how you live? Violet Loon _ played text to speech for 1000 channel points.
Alright, chat, we're back at it. Autism.
Yena, Jschlatt me like you Jschlatt your French girls every night.
Jschlatt me like you Jschlatt your French. What the fuck? Oh my God. Oh, you're fine. Choo choo. Choo choo chat. Why does he have camcorders? All right, all right. Hey, chat, did you know that 80... There's a woman chat. Chat, there's a woman chat. What do we know how to do? Chat, women aren't real. It's okay, chat. Don't be afraid. Women aren't real, chat. Women aren't real, chat, okay? No, women aren't real, chat. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine, though. This isn't. Christmas album win. Next year. Why is everything small? Is he... Chat, remember you aren't real. Women aren't real. Taylor. 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 Tyler. That's Tyler. No, chat. I don't have Taylor. Taylor, pass the slab. Return the slab. Return the slab. Yeah. Fuck yeah. Honestly, this is kind of cozy as fuck, though. This is kind of cozy as fuck. Look at this. Bro's living in Lincoln Log. Bros from. wait. We gotta finish this. Which one of you fuckers sent this? Which one of you fuckers sent this? No, I'm looking at you, chat. Which one of you submitted this fuck-ass room with all the fucking cans? I know it's one of you. I know it's one of you. One of you, a Jschlatt fan, went here, got all these fucking... I knew it. If I find out any of you collected that... Yeah. Some of those are the fucking coffee flavors, chat. Some of those are the fucking coffee flavors. That fucking gotta smell. You gotta be, if you're wondering why your entire room smells at some point. Just, This is where COVID came from. Oh, they're not flavors, they're coffee. The coffee flavors are just coffee. Coffee Monster. Wait. Oh, that's actually really sick. Do you all not know about the Coffee Monster? Do I have to get the Coffee Monster? Savvy, you don't. Savvy, you do not. You do not have 200 plus cans. You do not have to. Savvy. We're gonna have to take a little. We're gonna take a little break here, real quick, chat. Don't worry about Jschlatt in the background. Don't worry about the screen that I have going behind me. Savvy, honey, is there trouble at home? Do you have like how many pairs of grippy socks do you own? Should we call somebody for you? Have you thought about throwing away those cans? You have 6 pairs of grippy socks. Do you say you have 6 pairs of grippy socks? Yuck. I hate I was right. Okay, well, we're going back. Yeah, you got it for Christmas. You know, the time that you're put in the bin for Christmas. They're really fucking cool. I'm leaving you. I'm kidding. I love you, Savvy. What? What the fuck is... What the... Your grippy socks are cool. I have a collection of random shit. I was like... It's just so nothing. No, it's not. I have a collection of random pieces of furniture that I find. Why is he? What's he doing? What? No, what did he just do? What was this? He sees him. He's putting on a glove. He was gonna choke him out. Oh god, that was good. That was fucking good. Would I? It's quiet, Jschlatt. It makes me jump. It actually makes me jump a little bit. Oh hey, it's like my laundry room. That's the best one. Someone. I mean, it's not. It's close to the same level as my room. Just kidding. But that. What? Chat. My room is absolutely fine. It's just fuck. It's fine. It's fine. Damn it. No, it's fine. My room is fine, chat. I don't know what you're talking about. It's nice and it's absolutely fine. It's fine. Fuck. We're good. It's room is clean. I swear. It's everything is. No shit. No. We're okay. We're okay. It's so clean. It's such a lovely, nice room. I'd probably just no fuck. Don't. As long as I don't move too quickly, it's fine. Okay, I think it's gonna be a good clip. What do you think? Chat, do you think that one will be nice? Fuck, actually. Shows the room? Not happening. Okay. What the fuck is Kudo Twitch Raid? Suave Entertaining Kudo Twitch Raid is the fucking name for that clip. Okay. It's Gene. I'm surrounded by 3 mugs and a pint glass right now. I mean, should I start? Do you want to chat? This is why I think it's really funny because I tell you all how shitty some of the stuff I have in my room is, and then I get accused of selling the boyfriend experience, and I'm like, if this is what does it for you, chat, maybe reevaluate yourselves. No. Yeah, okay. So, I'll be honest, Chat. We'll be very real. I did have like an 8-month period of depression, and I did kind of let some of the space go. I can absolutely clean this place, make it really nice, and it'll look fantastic. And it will be. I'll get it there. At 3,000 followers, I will do a full cleaning of this place and make it super nice at 3,000 followers or 500 subs. Until then, I'm holding this room hostage, and it's only going to get worse. It is only going to get worse. Anyways, hi everybody. I love you all so very, 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 very much. I will say there's parts of it that are really nice. I have a nice little living room space. Don't ask me why I have like the specific section that's really nice. But someone tell him they're coming over at 88 Panic. That's the problem, chat. I don't have IRL friends. You need to do laundry? I do need to do laundry. Fine. I will go do my laundry. I need to go because I do have to like go wash my laundry for this. So for now, let's see if we can find somebody to raid into. What do you think, chat? There's 31 people watching this. Y'all are fucking insane. Is this fun for you? We're not rating Webby again. We're not. Thank you for the follow. Is this what you find fun? Immediately gets followed. You know, I guess it is. I guess it is, chat. Thank you so much for the follow. Raid Contail. Is Contail streaming right now? Is Contail streaming right now? Are they actually? Fuck it, we're raiding Contail. We're raiding Contail. I love my community too. Chat, Cottontail isn't streaming. Chat, you cucked me. How DeFi? I just wanted to write into... you and Haro have the same voice. Who's Haro? Is that a good thing? What's it good? Who's Tippy? Who the fuck is Tippy? Tippy who? Give me the... Tippy Hendrix? Okay, let's go take a look at Tippy Hendrix. Give me a second. Tippy Hendrix. Alright, we'll go raid into fuck-ass Tippy Hendrix. We'll be fine. Go give them love, give them support. I can't raid properly. Alright, chat, you're gonna go. Lucky. You're gonna be a fuck ass goblin raid. Do you think they'd be upset if we said fuck ass goblin raid? No. Yeah, copy the lucky raid. Y'all be lovely. I'm gonna go do some laundry. Thank you, Aura, for the raid message, and I will be back here tomorrow morning. Fuck, is this Sunday? Fuck, it's Sunday. Chat, I have so much stuff I need to do. Holy shit. Well, good luck. Bye.